Hi, this is Bill from Hot Monk Tavern. There's no better way to spend an afternoon or evening than enjoying a tasty meal while sipping a fresh craft beer in one of our world-class beer gardens. My go-to on these warmer days is our Hot Monk Keller beer, an unfiltered, naturally carbonated Pilsner, paired with a juicy grass-fed Angus burger on a fresh brioche bun. After a meal, you'll want to catch a show. We showcase only the best local, regional, national, and international live music. We feature anything from funk to R&B to reggae, country, bluegrass, and even comedy. No matter the occasion, Hot Monk Tavern is a perfect place to meet friends and family or hold a wedding, anniversary, or
Hold
even
on,
your
guys. I
classroom
got to
meeting.
change up the, I guess this cord's gone bad.
Little Jim, Twin Oaks
Be
Roadhouse.
back in a minute. Ooh, I definitely have to have cooling on this baby. Hi, Vicky. How are you? Rosemary, Callie, Mo, Sandy Lindenthal. Hey, Sarah. Thank you. Judith, good evening to you. Let's go ahead and get this baby set up. Oh, hey, Mark Handler. Long time. Hope you're well. You and your wife. There it is. There's Mr. Z. Okay, let's see if that's gonna work. Let's turn that on. What the hell is going on? Is this thing malfunctioned already? Oh man. Hey Amanda. I gotta get this thing worked out, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on. Let me think about this for a minute. We've got that going on. Let me see if I can get my other cord. Hey, how you doing, Sarah? We got Sarah Kate, the Queen. Tell me this thing went bad already. Let's see. I don't know why this isn't. Alright, stand by. Starting to really dislike mobile streaming. Let's try this one. Yeah, I know the device is hot, blah, blah, blah. Let's turn the engine on, get that cooling going. Hey, Shimei.
With the Proud Boys and
I gotta cool this off.
marched on the Capitol that day.
Hey, Tara. Technical difficulties. The crew is on it. Let's see if this is gonna work. Yeah, that's working. Tell me this thing went bad already. Ooh. Hello, Shimei. We got the cooler on. Let's get. Okay. We got the message. We're hot, hot, hot. Disable affection. First delete. I'm lowering the screen brightness. Disconnecting whatever, dude. Okay. We got overheating protection has been applied. I just noticed that. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know many iPhone streamers that stream as much as I do, so could be off the frying pan and into the fire. Okay. Hey Joey D, how are you? Oof. Let's see, is that cooling off some? It feels like it is. Going to turn off for a minute. Okay, just stand by. I got to get my coffee. dropped. We're still at 659. Cash or credito? Alright. Let's roll out of here. The heat here is intense today. Do do do. Do do do. Young young ho. Lot of fun. There's a nice Dodge. Got a cracked in rear though. Do 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 do. Da da do. I need my badass muscle car. Yes, I do. Take a trip down here, see if we've maintained law and order or whether we're slipping. Life keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the crack pipe future. Do-do-do-do-do. I want to fly like an eagle under the sea. Like an eagle. Looks pretty quiet back here. Pretty quiet. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, they did a beautiful job cleaning that place up. I haven't seen anybody break in. I bet they have somebody that's coming by like once a day to check the fence and everything. These guys see that? It's pretty clear. Hot one today. It's going to be well over 100 tomorrow, but fortunately for me, I got the big heavy work done today. Do 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 do. Relax tonight, just have a nice, easy, breezy. I'm so exhausted. Sometimes I sit there in the afternoon and think, should I go live? Why the hell not? Because today I knocked off 4 projects. I pretty much punched out the whole to-do list on the Rancho, so I'm pretty damn happy. Hey, Bay TV. I didn't even know this Prism had like a heat-saving mode, so we'll see how that works out. Hello, Joseph. How are you? It's awful windy tonight. We got a real hot wind coming off the desert, which means, ooh, something just hit the top of the van. Which means that tomorrow's going to be hotter than a $2 pistol on the streets of downtown Baltimore, baby. Hotter than a $2 pistol. Much tonight, judging by the cloud, a little bit of cloudiness. Ooh, 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 ooh. See, that wind kicks up in the afternoon, but it's not really dropping the temperature today. Grossman's Oy Vey! I've got to try their pastrami. Yeah, Cindy, it's a crispy one where you are. I know that. Be up around 102, 103 tomorrow. I know, baby girl. Good movie. I like mystery and suspense. Watch Shadow of a Doubt. You can probably watch it free on YouTube. Classic Alfred Hitchcock, set in Santa Rosa, California in 1943. Road trip. Hey Crystal, we're just going to park and take it easy. I worked my ass off today on the Rancho, so I am going to do nothing. Oh wow, what up due to a gas leak. Wow, how terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, Sherry. It's bad enough we got like one of the largest egg producers in the country had a massive fire, right? Another suspicious food processing fire. Due to gas leak, I hope that they had insurance, that's for damn sure. Good day for baking today. You had some rain up there, NH. Good deal. Tonight I'm going to have the other filet that I thawed the other day, and I'm going to have a whole mess of peas tonight because I like peas, and they should be pretty good. They should be real good. Hey Alex, how are you? Hold on a minute, guys. See something here. Guys. Winking day. So what is going on today? Just a couple things, because I know we'll get deep into some shit that's going on in the world right now. I know we'll get into that. The food distribution or the fake food being eliminated. I don't know. It's just an egg processor. Thank you, Gerard. How are you today? Hello, Spider Girl. Welcome to the chat for the first time ever. Hello, Molly. Nice to see Mouse Toes here tonight. This thing gets so hot, but it doesn't release from the window, which is good. I'm keeping an eye on this parking guy. He wants to give me, he's got such a hard on to give me a ticket here. Roll on, my dude, roll on. Hey Dave, how are you? How are you tonight? Always happy to see new people. Hello, Noreen. Sometimes stuff makes you wonder, right? Like all the food processing plants, like I did a TikTok, they're either flying airplanes into them or they're having weird unexplained fires, or they're being shut down for contamination, probably because they were shut down during the pandemic and they never quite got up to normalized speed or operation again. Just one of many plants going down. I know. But I don't think it's a conspiracy. I just think it's poor maintenance and not enough people, unwillingness to pay people, so you're just getting scratching the lowest of the low of workers. Hey Jude, how are you? Hello Tess, nice to see you tonight. And then I was looking at the New York Times. I posted it up on my community post today about employers are almost begging and trying to make inducements and special treats to get people to come back and work at the office. And I'm thinking to myself, and they think that's, the employers are supposedly, when the boss says, when are you coming back? And they're supposedly saying never. And my comment was, yeah, like check back on this in a while. They'll be coming on their hands and knees and crawling for that job. As you saw today, the first time weekly claims for unemployment, even in a holiday reduced week, hit their highest level since July of 2021. I would expect that trend to continue and to intensify before it really starts to take off like a rocket in the fall here. Hey Cass, how are you? Good to see you, coming to you from a nice vacation on the California coast, Monterey. Nice slug bug. I love that down there. Monterey. I really enjoyed just walking the streets of Monterey. I enjoyed, see if you can go down to Clint Eastwood's ranch there. And go check out the Carmel Mission where Father Sierra Junipero Serra is buried there. Hey, Miss Lulu. A place with a ghost town to me, and one of them is very eerie and surreal. Yeah. Lots of good stuff down there. How will you stay with the cool 100 heat? Number one, heat doesn't really affect me that negatively, is the first thing. You can see I got a lot of sun. I've been working outside like crazy. I had 4 projects that consumed another 5 hours today. 2 of which were pretty damn hard labor. As you'll see tomorrow, but it brought everything up. So I do pretty well in the heat. I enjoy the heat. And number 2, usually in the afternoon, the wind will shift direction and we will get cool air drawn in from the ocean, and that will move into the valley, Sonoma Valley here, which I live in, and that's like nature's air conditioner. It doesn't always work that way. Sometimes we'll have heat days where we have 2 or 3 days in a row of high temperature. But it's still, you don't need an air conditioner tonight. It'll still go down to 59, 58 degrees, 60 degrees tonight. Hey Angus, how are you? Hello Alvin, nice to see you. We got Ms. Lulu. Everyone's hiring here. It'll take forever to get service. Seems like a lost love. Then they aren't working on it. I'm not sure 20 weeks all you get. There's bigger fish to fry than that out there. The restaurant trade will be dropping off like it went off of a cliff. Unemployment claims rose apart due to school and college employees. Some schools, some may or may not be. Yeah, it's true. Right on, Shimei. That's what I get. I have an employment expert in the chat, so it makes sense to me. Let's make sure we're charging it. It looks like we are. Trying to get offshore, big job, or work for Union Pacific. The UP. You only get employment for a certain amount of time. I think it's 26 weeks. Sometimes they used to be 13. I don't know if we're on 13 or 26. I don't know if we're on 13 or 26 week. I know before you could get like almost a year during the worst of the 2008 through 2011 downturn. I think that was the case. But there's no doubt that people are being bounced out of high-tech jobs now. The profit margins are certainly under attack. Adobe came out today and said there's certainly less spending on, certain types of software, tech software, and all that kind of stuff. How you doing, Tammy? Nobody available for all these jobs. How are people not surviving, working? A lot of people are doing gig work. So that's a little, we're not that good yet at the economy in measuring gig employment. Okay. But a lot of gig work is dependent on leisure and marginal income. How you doing, Scottish? Which means if you feel like you got extra money in your pocket, you treat yourself to Uber Eats, you treat yourself to Postmates, Grubhub, whatever. Okay. Same deal with any kind of service like it. Is it necessary to have that? No. So when at the margin now, less and less people are ordering Grubhub, less and less people are doing Postmates, blah, 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 because they're realizing how much they're paying for gasoline, how much they're paying for fuel, how much their rent's gone up. Dave, I ask you, you're a smart guy. How in the hell, in the face of all those expenses of rising rents, if you're an apartment dweller, rising if you're trying to buy a house, new mortgages, 5.5% payments on that, which is going to take 50 to 70% of your income. You have to pay off your vehicle, you have to put fuel or charge your vehicle. You tell me how people come up with the money. I'm going to tell you how they come up with it, Dave. And I'm going to show you exactly how they come up with it. Do you know how they come up with it? See what the hell that is? You want to know why consumer credit jumped 18% in April? There's your answer right there. If you don't have to immediately pay for it out of pocket, and you start to have the attitude like, fuck it, let them just charge up the card. At the end of it, we'll just declare bankruptcy, to hell with it. Okay? It's the credit card is the insulating buffer between reality and sustaining of your social strata. Okay? HELOCs, home equity lines of credit, same deal. It's a scary thing because 18% up a month, I know there's going to be another huge rise. And guess what? They're not buying shit at Target. They're not buying crap at Home Depot. I had to go to the store today to pick up stuff to do some repairs. You'll see in the video tomorrow. Man, I got a hard eye to move sideways with my huge breasts, my huge rack, trying to get down some of the aisles that are so stuffed with inventory. Right? Because they got to empty out the trailers that have been sitting there full of shit because they're paying so much a month to have that trailer sitting on the property. So they brought all that crap into the store. Right? So Dave, they're not buying capital goods. They're not buying freaking cars right now. I guarantee you that. Okay? I know car sales have gone off the cliff. Here, Lowe's has been dead. Only thing was selling air conditioned those right now are on a 3-week back order. Exactly. So what does that mean? To me, there's only one possible conclusion, and that's the fact that people will pull out their platinum metal card, their American, whatever revolving credit they have, and just start to use it. Okay? And just like they did in 2008, they will take their middle finger, they will turn it to the banks and just let it go into credit foreclosure and close the accounts. You'll be popping. You talk about the song, I'm going to pop some tags. Well, you watch the banks start popping some credit cards, okay? You check the banks today, it's looked like they dove off of the 10-meter high dive, all right? I went to Home Depot for a pretty pricey. They had 30 of this as in stock, yes. Right now, people are kind of frozen in place. Look at the cruise ship. What were the biggest losers on the market today? The biggest percentage losers, cruise ships. Is there anything more in the world that is more, how would I put this, more discretionary than putting yourself on a cruise ship? Does that not define like the ultimate discretionary purchase, meaning that you don't have to have it to live, but you have it to live it up? gas there. We're $6.59. And a refrigerator for Muncie in Michigan. I don't know why, Crystal. There's shitloads of them down here. Savings accounts were passé. Do you know why? Do you know why the equity market is such an efficient destroyer of wealth? You want to know why? Because it brings in the biggest volume of money at the top. The final 20% run up brings in 50% of the 60% of the money. And when the shit goes down, the so-called wealth just evaporates in an instant, and the money supply is instantly reduced. This is what happened in 1929 for the few people that were in the market. It had a tremendous knock-on effect to everybody else. But you had what did you have? $20 billion, which is equivalent to like $10 trillion today, just evaporated almost in a 2-week period. Yeah, there's no incentive to save because the Federal Reserve stripped that out, because to keep the economy going, you had to have this long run. Another one of my community posts was today that the Fed admitted that they called it a 30-plus year ride, and interest rates going lower is over. I've been talking about that for months. It's more like 40 years. It's the end of the cheap credit. Hey, Dana. So think about what we have. Think about what we have. We have more people invested at the peak of the stock market than ever in the history of the United States. Trillions of dollars, of which most of it is puffed up social media stocks. Facebook, which really produces nothing of value in the economy. And all the other assorted ones. People's 401ks, massive numbers of 401ks. 5% of the people in America were invested in the market in 1929. 5%. You work anywhere today, you get a little vested. What percent do you think is invested today? Half the people. 401ks, nothing tangible, nothing productive. I saw something the other day. They interviewed a bunch of 10th graders, sophomores in high school, and the overwhelming answer is, what do you want to be most in life? When I grew up, it was, I want to be a baseball player, or I want to be a fireman, I want to be a policeman, or I want to be a doctor. You want to guess what the number one answer was by far? A social media influencer, a TikTok star. Thank you, Callie Mo. Was by far the number one answer. And I was thinking to myself, wow. How you doing, Robbie? So we have the greatest accumulation of capital coming in at the top of the market in stocks. We have the greatest accumulation of capital coming into the real estate market than any time in the history of the world by far. People are screaming. Goldman Sachs is buying properties and BlackRock is buying properties. So when the plug gets pulled, and we're like the orchids in the hothouse that the heater went out all of a sudden because interest rates start to rise. Ooh, that bubble popped. Ooh, that bubble popped. And you can have literally trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of wealth wiped out overnight. Now you'll have the real estate brokers. Oh, it's always, we have, what do they call it? We're starting to see a more balanced market. Okay. When has a market ever stayed balanced, at least over the last 20 years when the Federal Reserve got involved? Man, it's been like a pendulum swinging back and forth. Feels like 20. Oh, it's coming back, Crystal. The combination of job loss, particularly, this is going to be unusual this time, particularly in the high-paying fields. Information technology, which has been a huge driver of wealth out of places like Silicon Valley, out of places like Texas. All right, those jobs can't be replaced. Okay. The other thing that you got to consider is, why would Goldman Sachs and BlackRock be buying houses? Shouldn't they be investing in, J&B Manufacturing? The next Ford Motor Company? What the hell are they doing? Why in the hell are they suddenly and stupidly, because they do mark the absolute top of the market, why are they getting involved in that? For the simple reason that they perceive doing that gives them the greatest return on money. Isn't that sad? Isn't that pathetic? And you know what else that happened? In 1929. And you say, oh, they didn't buy houses in 1929. But we had something called a call money market at that time, where you wanted to buy stocks, you could buy them on margin with 10% down, and then you would borrow the rest of the money. Well, the rates were like 6%. Sometimes they went up to 8%, sometimes 5%. And by the end of 1929, 28, 29, the corporations couldn't find anything to legitimately invest in. So they started putting their money to lend into the call market for people that wanted to buy stock on margin. Ford wasn't expanding. General Motors wasn't expanding. Auburn Motor Company wasn't expanding. Packard Motor Company wasn't expanding. U.S. Steel wasn't expanding. So when you're bluest at a blue chip investment bank, Goldman Sachs starts to get into the real estate buying business. Not cheap. Yeah, why are they all up to houses? Hey, our close personal friend, mind blown watcher, told me you were live and to say hi. How you doing, Paul? They weren't buying them cheap. Isn't it fascinating that they get into the game here and they tell me that Florida's going underwater? right? They tell me Florida's overpopulated, too many people, too expensive to live there. The cost of air conditioning, utilities. Just like I told you guys before. When Goldman Sachs Corporation was a big pioneer in bringing out investment trusts in the late 1920s. Shenandoah Corporation, Blue Ridge. Their activities, their entry in a big way marked the absolute peak of the market in 1929. And that shit went on to lose 95% of its value and just disappear by 1932. Interesting phenomenon. Somebody wrote to me, oh, Goldman Sachs, they're the best of the best, man. They're the button-down, white button-down Oxford shirts, red ties, braces. It's like, really? Single family built like crap. Oh, they're so cheap today. Look at some of the things where inspectors go around. Beams hardly make the slots anymore. You're supposed to slot a beam and put it in. You're supposed to use a joist hanger. They don't even use that. Boards are cut short for studs. And these building inspectors, most of that's down in, what was it, Killeen, Texas, and some other places that the guy was walking around. It's pretty mind-blowing to me. Same thing with the RV industry, mouse toes. It wasn't margin that caused the 1929 crash. That accelerated it. What caused the 1929 crash was expectations got way beyond reality, that the market was already contracted. The economy was already contracting in midsummer, late spring, early summer of 1929. Florida does not have free drinking water in the parks. You have to pay for it. Well, that's kind of weird. I mean, they get a lot of rain down there. Yeah, tell Skiwi I said hi. So, when did the credit cards get snipped up? Remember that happened about 2009. Dear X, given the unprecedented economic times that this nation is facing, oftentimes banks are forced to make decisions that, well, in normal times would not be expected. This is one of those times. We feel like it would be prudent to reduce our lending lines. We therefore regret to inform you that as of midnight, blah, 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 your credit card will be deactivated. We know this news may be discomforting to you, but please rest assured, when times return to normal, we shall endeavor to make sure that you are once again reunited with a superior credit lender such as ourselves. In the meantime, thank you for your patronage and best wishes for all of a successful financial future. Yeah, we could deduct our interest, yes. Meeting our Prime Minister, this ought to be good, yeah. His Montgomery Ward stock, yeah. His United Cigar. Yeah, and Paul Eakins, today, just about 5 hours ago, I got a news flash on my news service that Lake Mead had officially reached the 30% capacity level today. So, a little bit more, and the old turbines on the 4 of the turbines stopped running. They won't stop lending? Nonsense. Banks get scared as hell. Banks pull back faster than anybody when this shit hits the fan. They'll be releasing water from upstream soon. They better do something. You better make sure everybody's whizzing into the Colorado River upstream. It's been a while. Wish you. Hey Tony, how you doing? What's going on? Now tomorrow the Fed Labor Department reports the Consumer Price Index for May, April or May. I don't know. I guess it's May. If it's decent, if it's under, I would expect the market to have a nice rally. But if it's shocker, or it's just bad on all components, and boom, here we only have one boat ramp open, yeah. And you used to go out on the boat all the time, didn't you? Around 3,000. I traded over $1 million in trades that year, but made about 3,000 on margin. Dust Bowl vibes. I can't really. You could probably speak better to agriculture than I can, Crystal. And I just wonder, Mike, God rest his soul, that he's not in trucking now. If he could see the shit that's going on now in trucking, that the independents are squeezed between diesel fuel, starting to have struggles to find lubricants, and ridiculous freight rates. I'm going to get my boat in the water now. It's heavy. Hi, Rosie. Oh, thank you, Billy. I got another big video coming up tomorrow. 4 projects today. 4 big ass projects. I'm pretty happy about the way things are going. I'm pretty happy. Excuse me. I think everybody's keeping an eye on the crops and all that crap. Yeah, thank you, Tribe. Market makers can mess up your trade. Trading is, have a good idea. I think the best thing that Warren Buffett ever said, hey Craig, was he wishes when it came to investing that every person was given a punch card and a hole puncher. And in your whole life, you could make 10 investment decisions. That's all. I think that's very interesting. Yeah, Bobby, your Woolworth stock, your Woolworths Australia is worth something. Yeah, do all the cattle. I just spent $2,500 to cover a cattle. He saw a lot there. There was one part that every truck needed, and only one of the fluids were getting rid of. Now the lubricants are getting hard to find. How you doing, Bobby? I've told people here, if you use multi-weight lubricants, 30-weight lubricants, 1030, 030, 010. I went and put some of that shit on the shelves. How you doing, Jody? Chief Auto Parts is hot right now. I thought you were all about Rock Auto. Mike said trucking would be going from when he was seeing. The only thing I can say for the truckers is demand is starting to fall off radically now. So yeah, lots of people don't have money. Lots of people don't have money. People, I can tell you in my area, people that work in the high tech, there's a pretty significant high tech industry up here in the North Bay and in the whole Barry area. They're looking over their shoulder. Small independent truckers, yeah, you're screwed. This is so much the future here. Snap a picture of that, Jody. Pretty wild. I stayed for a time in Las Vegas. Like, it's a man-made lake. They were saying back then, a danger would come with overpopulation. Well, Glenda, I don't think it's any secret that you've built up a huge base of population all along the Colorado River. You have something like 30 or 40 million Americans that are directly dependent on the Colorado River. That's called a really leveraged life. That's called a really leveraged life, where you have that many people dependent on one river. Yeah, that was a homeless guy in a wheelchair pulling his shit behind him, with looked to be his girlfriend or his daughter with him. And I told you before, with the price of energy and being a real global market, when those electric bills start to hit, and I'll tell you today, guys, in Europe, they woke up to the fact that natural gas prices went up like 50% overnight. A huge spike. Why? Because another plant in the U.S. blew up. It compresses gas into liquefied form for shipping into over to Europe, and all of Europe is depending. You know why your gas prices are high? Because all of continental Europe, we're on the hook to supply them with oil, natural gas, and all that shit. Yeah, the electric bills. Yeah, I was like blown away, Tony, when I saw the bills start to climb. So how are you going to, when people start to lose their jobs and the gig jobs dry up and they're living in places like Phoenix or Vegas? Because you've already seen the Vegas casino stocks have just, they're so far in the toilet. Coal is at an all-time high right now. There's no free lunch. So we got a sticky wicket, guys. We got ourselves into a tough situation here. We have to supply Europe. And like I told you, I'm an independent. I'm neither conservative nor liberal. I try to examine both sides of the situation. But if I'm the president right now, it literally feels like the walls are closing in on me. Hey, flip-flops, I'm planning on going somewhere. I don't think I'll be able to swing the utilities. It's terrible. Yeah. What did Amanda say? Jordan, you can get a locked-in rate with some natural gas. That's good. But locked in for how long? And then when you get unlocked, Yeah, I mean, Russia has the gas, Russia has the oil. What's up, Nicole? How you doing, honey? So if you guys want little flash updates through the day, I do them on my secondary TikTok channel. 40 cents overnight. Biden should have shut down the Keystone. Well, it was only a new pipeline to replace the old one. I have 3 years starting the second year. Okay. And it was going to grow their own food and sell lots. We burn wood. And can cook on the fire. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I worked like hell today on the rancho. Yeah. I didn't work today, but I worked. I took these 2 days to work my ass off at home. I had to get every project done. You'll see part 2 tomorrow, because I would like to either, and the company I buy my technical bulletins from for repair my service manuals has no service manual for my Magnavox, unbelievably. So there's my second TikTok channel, and that's starting to pick up a lot of people. You know, coal will become obsolete. I don't know what that means. Yeah, thanks, Nicole. People will burn whatever they can. People in China are still burning coal to heat the homes and cook food. You see people riding down the street, they look like these things that the Pennsylvania Dutch, they take the batter on the hot iron with the fancy design, and they put it in the hot oil, and it makes a flour thing. They have these things, coal cakes, that look like them. And the guy comes around and delivers them to your home. Ooh. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Our place and our post is going low to becoming pretty hard to get it naturally. I have to truck it in for vacation. I'm not sure what that means. Hey, Nino. And I like your Treasury Secretary today. Janet Yellen was testifying before Congress, and she's like, you can't blame this inflation on the stimulus. And you could just hear people in the audience. Blame Putin. I mean, I don't have any, people's just, their faith is starting to get shaken, and there's too much of a public display of ineptitude. There's too many news sources that bring things to people's attention. Whereas when I was younger and your guys' age, we didn't have congressional hearings that would be on TV unless it was Watergate or something, or very rare stuff. So ineptitude was kind of hidden, and it wasn't on display. I blame inflation. I'm not trying to print it out. Well, that's what I'm saying, Tony. I mean, and this person says with a straight face that it's not because of the stimulus. And all that says to me is that, a career bureaucrat is willing to lie. Yes, 75% of the currency, yes, is in circulating in the last 2 years. But see, what you fail to realize, MR, is that we've already blown out about $2 trillion, maybe $3 trillion of wealth off of the markets. Most tech stocks have been cut in half, down 30 to 50%, some 60%. that offsets, suddenly offsets, because the free hands of the economy will not be defeated. They will get you one way or the other. So if you put money in one side, they're going to pull it out somewhere else. You put that money in to help purchasing power, it gets blown out on the other side. And my fear is going forward, as I've said before, as I've been saying, my metaphor, my analogy has been a hurricane hitting us and a lot of the world, particularly us. And I hate to say it, with somewhat of a sad heart, is we still have the eye wall that hasn't come upon us. What is the eye wall? The eye wall is you pound people day after day like a punch press in a factory with bad news. Things rally a bit and then they start going down and down and down and down. People are conditioned, I'm in for the long haul, which is a good thing, until it reaches a point where they sit in shock and wonder it's never going to end. And I better get my nuts, for lack of a better word, out of the fire, my chestnuts out of the fire. And you have a cascading waterfall that has PANIC written all over it. Yeah, that's right, DJ. You cannot create money and expect to create prosperity. If that was the case, the Japanese would be the richest nation in the history of the world. And they're struggling. The only thing that holds up the Japanese market is 3/4 of the... You have $200 billion that's been plowed in by the Bank of Japan. And they hold 10% of the... 10% of the largest stocks on the traded on the market. Crazy shit. It's like you don't like what the thermometer is reading on the patient, so you start fucking with the thermometer. Right? It must be the thermometer. Let's start lowering the temperature ourselves. Goodwill's a joke. Right? You start fiddling with the thermometer. Still 91 out. Oof. But this cooler is working good. I think I could probably put these down and just enjoy the breezes. There we go, get a little breeze. I hope the noise isn't too much. Five more days and my house is sold. Just as the market start. Good for you, Hobotron. Oh, I hope you ride that baby to settlement day. Closing. This one guy was writing, this guy, we need another round of stimulus. Jesus. continuing another round of stimulus like a freaking Olin ad. From my point of view, when I look at all the stuff that's going on and the crazy, I mean, nobody's even talking about COVID anymore. That's still flying around. Monkeypox, all this kind of crap. Droughts, famines. It does almost start to look biblical. Any thoughts on what to do with cash? Investing in equities, no bueno. Sitting in. I've told you before that I bonds look to be about the only intelligent thing. And I would tell you this too, Tony. We're starting to decouple from Asia. Normally, like if we would have a bad day, Asia would have a bad day. Lately, they've not been going down, they've been going up. Which is highly unusual because global markets are usually correlated. If they continue to separate and outperform, there's no way the Chinese can't build success on their domestic. The size of their domestic market is 3 times the size of ours. What about the cargo ships that were out to port? What about them? I just wish they didn't limit it. Well, 10,000 is about all you can do. Right? Because again, they don't want people, they want people to put their money into overpriced shit. Houses, stocks trading at 30, 40, 50 times earnings, 100 times earnings. A lot of empty houses and people losing their overpriced houses in Seattle. Well, it's coming haunted. To all that food that was on them. Flip-flop, when the pandemic ended, sort of, and there was a huge rush for people with stimulus money in hand, not just the checks, but the $600 enhanced payroll money, and even self-employed people, if they had had a record of filing tax returns and all that, they could get that too. They went out there and they spent that free money, and it sent the signal to the Targets, the Walmarts, the Amazons, the Kohl's, etc. The demand is incredible. And the shit started flying off the shelf. Now, instead of sitting in those offices and thinking, is this going to be a long-term demand situation, or is this just a short-term aberration because of the trillions of dollars that were created out of thin air? Well, as usual, the people that you hold up on a pedestal is the smartest, the smart operators of department stores, blah, blah, blah. They tell their purchasing department, look, Frank, Mary, Fred, triple up everything. Triple order everything because there's been some big fundamental change in the world. And we've got to grab that shit now before the next person does. So all that shit came in, and it all went into warehouses or into trailers. And then what happened? People's ability to buy shit started to get squeezed. Why? the rent forbearance was over. All of a sudden, the landlords are, hey, man. And better than that, your rent's going up. Your utilities are going up. Thank you, Judith. Yes, Catherine. Your price of vehicles is going up. Your food is going up. Your gasoline and your diesel fuel is going up. So little by little, the people sit at home and they think to themselves, do I really need to buy that shit that I was going to buy? Maybe we don't need that from the store. And guess what happens? You have this huge bulge like an anaconda snake swallowing a pig. And the stuff is sitting in stores, sitting in warehouses. Amazon needs to get rid of 10 million square feet of warehouse space. Target's like, we're going to have a clearance sale. You think that Walmart and Amazon are just going to sit on their hands while Target moves their shit? No, they're going to be cutting each other's throats. It's the inability to see that the unusual is happening. And the response was over the top. At one time, there were 40, 50 cargo ships sitting off of Long Beach. I don't think any are sitting there now. But now people's ability to buy crap has been crushed. Signal goes back to China. Cancel that order, cancel that. We don't need this, we don't need that. No ships are coming to the U.S. right now. I'm going to tell you, yesterday there were 2 ships coming to the United States, one to Tacoma, and I don't know where the hell the other one was going, to Long Beach or something. People aren't going to forget what the car dealers did to them. Right? Honda Civic, $28,000. Extra options on it, bring it up about $5,000. $33,000. The freaking dealer puts a $19,000 dealer markup on it. I went down with you guys and showed you on the lots in Santa Rosa that they were putting $5,000 dealer markups. Come the day when I go to buy a car, and they're going to say, we just don't have it, we're already down to the bone. I'm going to say, hey, remember when you were slapping $5,000 dealer markups on shit above the MSRP? I'm going to take $5,000 off of what I was going to pay you for my dealer markdown. How you like that? What goes around comes around. So you're going to have car dealers out there with their thumbs up their ass. But I could be wrong. Keep your old Civic. The a-hole tax, yeah. And people would pay that. People would pay that $5,000 markup. I fear for Diane. When she goes to pick up that car that she ordered from Ford, custom ordered, and they got that on that lot, and that comes in, and they say, honey, we got to have the markup because we could stick it on a lot and make $5,000 extra dollars. But I ordered it. You didn't read page 2 of the purchase order contract that you signed. Well, that would be a rare place. I tried to warn her. I would have had it in writing. When vehicle arrives, after payment of transportation, prep, there will be no additional dealer markup added. Final, complete, out-the-door price will be this. People will not forget what the dealers did. You don't think car dealers are greedy? Robotic automotive display said even globally in the coming 5 years. Makes the price, proving something also makes the price go down. Well, the price goes down when tons of purchasing power has been blown out of the market. When people have a sudden perception that their wealth has been diminished radically through the reducing the pricing of their house, reducing of their investment portfolios, they alter their spending habits and their expectations. The technology was created 97 million January 1. There's nothing requiring more skills and education. I don't know. Billy, my own guess is that we're entering a new dark ages, so I think the prospects are more of craziness on the streets, craziness in society. And I think that world is some type of George Jetson utopian existence. You can't leave huge hundreds of uneducated, unproductive people in the mix in that type of environment. Hey Derveed, how are you? Oh shit. Time to get hit on again. I tell people prep. I tell people stock up on stuff. I'm not an alarmist. I'm a realist. It's not me. The United Nations came out today and warned of a international food crisis coming. It's not me. Although I was ahead of the United Nations, I'm just saying they're coming out and saying it. Don't get mad at me. Yeah, thank you, Billy. It is getting like Mad Max. But people say you're alarmist. No, I'm very reasoned. I'm very mellow in my approach. I put logic out there. I tell you every step along the way. It's just my channel. It's just my thoughts. I could be wrong. But so far, it's kind of ticking all the boxes that I've been talking about, isn't it? I got kids. You got kids and grandkids. Especially if you can't. Stockpiles last only so long. You only need to last so long with it. Sooner or later, things calm down. Things are available for a price. But we've already seen that when the thugs perceive that there's a lack of enforcement, like in California, we just kicked out the district attorney. Mr. Touchy-feely good, that you're misunderstood. The poor criminals are they're the ones that have been taken advantage of. Society screwed them. They kicked his ass out of office. Right now, the thugs have the perception that nothing's going to happen when they walk into an Ulta store or a Gucci store or a Tiffany's, and they just grab stuff and walk out. Walk, don't run, just walk out the door. Shimei, when you see there, whoever my moderator is, when you see these fools come in with these things in there, please take them out. People think it's hateful if I say you should have protection, as if it's something I should be ashamed about if I want to preserve my life and the things that I've earned by the sweat of my brow, and want to tell friends and people to take stock of the situation. I'm not going to be ashamed of that shit. I don't know. I don't know if I've really seen them. Got to be honest with you. I'm sorry. Who is going to feed all the useless eaters in the country? I can't. They need to prepare to lose major weight. You know, I guess Kit and Kat, I haven't quite reached that point. Everybody needs to settle down. Exactly. You know, hey Joni, no, I got you, Kat. Kit and Kat, I got you. Derveet, on the one hand, I really want to tell you what I think is going to happen. And on the other hand, I don't think it's prudent. Yeah, I am a little sad tonight, Kit and Kat, yeah. I'm sad because the things that I have been predicting for a year and more, I'm starting to see come to reality in front of my eyes. I'm a happy-go-lucky person. There will still be good times. We'll be traveling, doing fun stuff. I've got a minor surgery coming up on June 22nd, so I'm kind of in a pin-down thing right now. But I can't jump for joy. It's like if the person on the Titanic, you know, Rosie's on the bow of the Titanic, along with a few other people. We're on lookout. The reports have been in. We don't have to worry about icebergs. But then you realize we're more northerly course than we should be, and we're probably going to encounter icebergs, and we ignore the warnings, and we take the Titanic. Now, I'm on a party ship, the Titanic. I'm a lookout. I see the iceberg coming. Do you think my inclination is going to be to party with the people in the first class salon? Or do you think, knowing what I see coming in the way of an iceberg, it just might affect my mentality? It may affect my mood. Hey, Steve. What do you think will happen? The paradise that will never end. I think people see Denmark as a paradise that will never end. So what is the other side of the coin? What's the good news? Here's the good news. For every problem that people parachute and jump in, taking that parachute, for every problem there's people working on a solution. Whether it's a corporation that's threatened to go tits up, there are people, some measure of people working to make things right. Working to try to think of a way out of stuff. there might be some things come down the pike that surprise the shit out of me. That I said, oh man, I didn't even see that coming. Wow, we're good. All we need to do is just hit a trigger point, and then it doesn't matter how cheap stuff gets. Stuff got dirt cheap in the 1930s, but it got dirt cheap for a reason, because nobody had money in their pockets. So I've told people I could be wrong. I'd be the first one to admit it. I could be wrong. But so far we're checking all the check marks. Nothing has ever replaced the free market for the best way to run a railroad, so to speak. You may not like the way that goods and services are distributed by the free market, but the free market is not an ethical thing. That's where your free will comes in to be charitable. That's where your free will comes in to make a difference to people who otherwise don't deserve it, or through misfortune had it taken away from them. That's where you come in. But as far as being efficient and ruthless, I'll take the market any day of the week. Rich people work from home now, but we had this little temporary little thing, just like the blip in demand. We had this little blip where suddenly and perceptively workers got the upper hand. They stopped taking correction from the boss. You couldn't say anything negative. If they're at a restaurant, cook, they would take off their apron, go out to lunch, just not come back. Demand was so overwhelming after the pandemic. Restaurants, stores, everything, that they couldn't get enough workers to feed the machine. What do you think's happening to demand now? And as a result of that, they could tell the employer, get stuffed. I'm working from home. It's a pandemic, man. Elon Musk was on the vanguard of telling people, get the hell in the office or leave. What do you think's going to happen to other companies? You think Google's going to play around with their workforce? TikTok's eating their lunch. You think Adobe and all these other companies, Apple, are going to mess around with their employees and touchy-feely in Facebook? You think they're going to mess around with their employees? When they get that upper hand, it's going to be like Charles Dickens. Bob Cratchit, welcome back. Nicole, welcome back. I don't think they're thinking about viruses these days, Billy. They're thinking about looking at their order books and saying, holy shit. It's like, do you know how many cancellations we got? What's wrong with you guys? You're not writing these orders. We got a whole warehouse full of shit back here and you're not selling it. They're going to tell them, you get your ass in the office and I'm going to be watching you like a hawk. You know why? Because I got 10 people outside that want your job. When they get the upper hand, and Elon Musk kicked off the trend, get the hell in the office or get the hell out. You don't think that's going to happen? Stay tuned. That'll be one of the boxes we check in the future. Bing. People aren't resistant to go back to work. Oh shit, honey. You know, they're going to be laying off some people down at work. I can't believe it. I mean, we were swamped with orders last year. And, you know, I could do this remote stuff. And now I'm getting this queasy feeling. You know, I'm starting to get the signals like it's time to get back to the office and be in front of the boss. Put my worker bee outfit back on. Trust and believe. Yeah, you're fired. Well, I don't, you know, you can take this job. Go ahead. Go ahead. See ya. Wait to see this reversal come. Wait to see the, guarantee it. Wait to see the headlines. Workers flock back to offices in mass. Fear for jobs reigns supreme. And there's nothing wrong with that. If it was good enough for people for generations and generations and generations, just like the over-ordering, it was just another weird little bump that when they write the history books, they'll say, yeah, it was one of those rare moments where the employees got the upper hand. But when that ended, oh, that ended with a bang. Yeah, thank you, Tony. I'm keeping it real. Doing all that yard, or you should let Bird do that. Well, I have to do service. I'm fine. Bird pays rent. Thank you, Flower Power. Yeah, I'm fine. I enjoy doing that work. A lot of the stuff I've gotten ahead and gotten out of the way so I don't have to worry about it when I'm recovering. I'll be at full speed within a week. People don't work well from home unless they have drop dead or digital oversight. Yes, I agree. As soon as employers sense that, okay, the job market got tight as shit all of a sudden, or loosened up dramatically, and the labor force is suddenly enormous in size, it's payback time. Putin dictates the price of petrol in the United States because Europe chose to, in response to the invasion of Ukraine, eastern Ukraine by Russia, they chose to make a united stand, cut off Russian oil, with probably the assurance that the United States would fill that gap. Oh, pardon me. Could we do more? We can outproduce the world with oil. Within a year, we can be the #1 producer of oil in the world again. But you know what the problem is? On the other side, you have global warming, you have climate change, and you have people that say you're going to just have to bite the bullet because oil is a finite resource. We're choking this planet, and this is the only way we're going to affect the solution. Is shit gets so high and people get so desperate that they create, and new industries and new ideas bring new things that break the back of oil. Hey, I'm not frowning, I'm just tired. I worked my ass off today. When you see the video tomorrow, just tired. Here we go. There's the Lucky Beans face. There will be many, many happy times ahead. But we're right at a very important breaking point here. What happens in the next month is likely to determine the next 10 years in this nation. Ooh. Roll those dice. This really feels good at now. Ooh. I've been impressed how many people have come in on the daily. Guys, tell me, you know, sustainability. Well, you know, lady, people just don't have the know-how. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, Lurker. I put it up on you should be subscribed and watching my community post during the day. It's coming. So I try to tell people in a gentle way, not one of these people that comes out and screams, the world's friggin' ending, and you know, you arm yourself tomorrow, they're going to be coming down, marching down the streets. No. I believe that you put things out in a rational way, that people hear it and they say to themselves, you know, that makes sense. Or yeah, I see that developing. Or yeah, you did say that was coming. I've been banging the drum on putting some food away for a long time. If nothing else, to give yourself a bit of a buffer, a feel-good factor. Elon Musk living in a house nobody would work from. I'm not a fan of Elon Musk. I lost a wonderful subscriber who unsubscribed because of my opinion about Elon Musk. But my opinion will be borne out, and it is being borne out now. The stock's already been cut in half. And that idiot Kathy Wood's loading up again. Now tomorrow's another day. I could be wrong. We might zoom up. I don't care what house he's in. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah, I bonds are 9.2%, 9.62. Kathy Wood is the manager of the ARK Innovative ETFs, exchange traded funds on the New York Stock Exchange. If you invested with her in 2017, she's now pissed every bit of profit or trading profits away. If you came in with her at the peak of the market in mid-2021, you've pissed away half of your money. If you just passively bought the S&P 500 index, you would be down about 17%. And this is somebody that earns millions of dollars a year and couldn't fight her way out of a paper bag. Has no idea when something's overpriced. Hey Buckeye, how are you? She's the poster child she's the poster child of malfeasance. And if you don't know what malfeasance means, it means you fucked up your job. You had a job to do and you screwed it up. And you cost people a lot of money. Hey Buttercup. Ooh. Martha Stewart. Yeah, I remember I sent her a Christmas card down to West Virginia federal lockup. With Missy Jen and I with our boobs hanging out. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. So is Huber's winter storm. So is ego. Ego is a terrible thing. Let's make sure we're charging here. Yeah, we're still running good. Good, we're at 88%. Oh. Why a guy like that would want to get involved with Twitter is beyond me. To me, that was just, and you know, I have a lot of respect for what he did with Tesla. You know, the electric car concept's been around a long time. He made a real commercial go with that. Made money, did well for his shareholders, but then you start getting outside of your field of expertise. And then what happens? You fuck up. You let ego take over and you decide, you take it upon yourself. I know nothing about social media except that I tweet. And I don't like what's posted, who gets kicked on and off, so I'm going to buy it. Michael Blur, yeah. He's not the only one, Buckeye. Twitter's the communications network of corporations, politicians, news, and industry. So is the phone. Must have chaos with you to give birth to a dancing star. Yeah, well, how's his wealth today? Elon, don't be a hero. Don't be a fool with your money. Do, 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 do. We know you're pissed off, but leave that corporation alone. You'll never make money with it. You'll have to pay lots of people on payroll. Right, and you have to pay off your bank loans. So we're having all this talk about bots. Right? Trying to find a way to get out of it. And what was his peak worth, Billy? Twitter was to use as a loss for taxes. Well, here's another idea to lower your taxes, Flower Power Charity. Oh, and by the way, how is Amazon done post-split? The vaunted 20 for 1. What do I think of the January 6th hearings going on? In what way? Yeah, Elon, don't be a hero. Don't be a fool. I think what happened January 6th is a preview of coming attractions in this nation, because at the time that happened, post-election, people had money in their pocket, jobs if they wanted it, food in their bellies, social media influencers. Let's fast forward to a time where they don't have money in their pocket. Jobs are hard to get. Shit's expensive. Which creates the more pissed off person? You're mad because an election didn't turn out the way you thought it should have? Or now we got something really serious? Which will mobilize people more? And remember, we have social media. All we have to do, join us December 5th, 2022 on the Capitol Mall for a protest against capitalism and those, pardon my language, those motherfuckers who brought us to this situation. How do you think that'll play out? It's not just money, Flower Power, it's ego. It's the perception that the world sees that you were a fool for trying to buy a social media company. Didn't work in the office because my dad could fall while gone. Okay, well, you can be a home health care worker. The hell? Ooh. Well, Billy, I'm not even sure Trump's not even going to be indicted. That could lead to an immediate protest, okay? You took away the people's hero, and you had this kangaroo court, these so-called liberal judges, and we've just had this mock trial of bullshit. You can see it coming together. Right, they've indicted a guy that was running for governor or something, a Republican side. That'll really set the stage for pissed off stuff. If they find a smoking gun of him organizing a march on the Capitol and shit like that, sedition, the overthrow. That's some pretty interesting thoughts, huh? That'll fire up the boys. Especially when they've gotten their heads handed to them and investments, and they can't run around their big dually trucks, the F-350s. They'll be pissed off. You know, Billy, I just don't know about it. I'm not sure about all that stuff. I don't really follow politics as much as I follow economics, because economics underlies everything. Because when you start messing with a man's or woman's livelihood, then that motivates people to move. People can just say, that sucked, he got ripped off, you know, they stole the election or whatever they claim. But when you start to feel because an administration screwed up and took everything you worked for away from you in foreclosures and job loss and investment losses, man, you start looking around for skulls to tap. I just observe and process and just think. What moves people? Money. So will people be in a mood to march? Yeah. We'll see how it goes out. We'll see how it plays out. So you were asking me about the hearings for the January 6th. Let's just say whatever the findings are, you know, the conservatives, the Trump backers are going to not believe it. So, I don't know, Billy, you seem pretty economically astute to me. Oh. So it's almost like there's no such thing as a fair hearing anymore, because everybody has skin in the game. Right? Everybody's got skin in the game. No matter what a justice finds, no matter what the Supreme Court rules, it's the problem of the composition of the court. It's terrible. We need to change the makeup of the court. You know, you want to change the rule because the other teams, you want to change the rules because the other team scored a touchdown. Oh, absolutely, Ducky. I will always be respectful to both sides, to everybody, because I don't know. I just think what happened January 6th, could those elements come together again? Could those elements of protest ever, thank you, D. Miami. Could those elements of protest ever come together again? And I have to say, yes, they could. I think very well that they could come together. And in numbers far greater than were around on January 6th. Shit, I'd take you guys back to the summer of 1930, spring and summer of 1932 in Washington, D.C. Anybody know what was going on at that time? Anybody know what the big event in Washington in the spring of summer of 1932 was? Anybody know? A major calamitous event in this nation? Thank you, Bob D. The Bonus Army. What was the Bonus Army? In World War II, those who honorably served in World War I were promised a bonus from the United States government. They were issued a bond, and the bond was set to mature in 1945. Well, there was a guy out on the West Coast, Walter something or other, that had the idea in his head that, hey man, we have vets that can't make ends meet because of the Depression. We got vets that are suffering out here that served when the nation called, when Uncle Sam called, we answered the call. And we went off to war. And now, all we're asking the Congress to do is advance the payment of the bonus to now, instead of 1945. So, it was initially defeated in Congress. And then this guy, Walter something or other from the West Coast, said, I'm driving to Washington. And as he moved across the United States driving, this was not a rich guy. The word spread that this guy was going to Washington to try to get the bonus paid. And since a lot of people had time on their hands with nothing to do, veterans and their families got into whatever vehicles they could drive, whatever trains they could get on, and they started flooding into Washington, D.C. Until there were tens of thousands of veterans descended on Washington, D.C. And they started to set up tents in the Anacostia Flats by the Potomac River because it was the only piece of land. And they built little shacks. And they decided to protest and try to force the payment of this bonus. Herbert Hoover became very nervous as the President of the United States that under the direction and information that was fed to him by sources that were very worried that, Mr. President, we could have a revolution on our hands. You know what? These guys know how to shoot. And these guys are hungry. It's hot as shit out there. It's humid. No air conditioning, folks. They're angry as hell. And we don't know what they're going to do. So in July of 1932, the House took a vote again on the payment of the bonus, the advancing of the payment of the bonus. The House approved it. It went to the Senate of the United States, and by a very narrow margin, it was defeated. The Senate said no. A contract is a contract is a contract. The United States Treasury is in no position to pay out money that it doesn't have. Remember that day we didn't borrow money in this nation. So sorry. People got a little upset. Things were pretty damn calm. They went back to their hovels. They went back to their thousands and thousands of shacks and families. And they didn't know what the hell to do. They didn't know how to get back to where they came from. So they kind of stayed put. And reports started to come out of people stealing. thievery, crap going on in the streets of Washington, people hanging out, lowlifes, some women had been assaulted and stuff. So Herbert Hoover's like, how do we get rid of these guys? So finally he had the only way we're going to get rid of these people is we got to drive them out of Washington. So he called on General Douglas MacArthur and his assistant, his aide, Major Dwight D. Eisenhower. And between the two of them, they decided that they would take you think about the Army being involved in the United States life. Yes, the United States Army was there, barracked in Washington, some amount of them. And under the leadership of Douglas MacArthur and Dwight D. Eisenhower, and with the approval of Hoover, they were told to move the troops out of Washington. Herbert Hoover specifically told them, Douglas MacArthur, I don't want any violence. I don't want any United States veteran hurt, disrespected. Douglas MacArthur being Douglas MacArthur, he hears get him out of there. He doesn't hear the second part of it. He was never one to really take, well, he was a great general, but he finally got dismissed at the end. But they went in there with tanks, they went in there with torches, and they started to flame up and burn down the shacks that were down there. And I remember as a kid growing up, when I would ask my grandmother when we were studying the Depression in school about the bonus and about what she thought about Herbert Hoover, and she said, that son of a bitch. Now remember, my grandmother lost 3 brothers in World War I. Gassed, shelled, bayoneted. 3 brothers. She had a lot of regard for veterans and people that sacrificed their lives. And she just could not believe that a president would allow veterans to be routed out of town, through the streets of Maryland, rushed on the railroads and trains of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, and basically kicked out of town. Many believe that act of dispersing the bonus army was really what cost Herbert Hoover the election of November of 1932. Because people did not like the vision of veterans being kicked out. No, by and large, very few of the vets fought back. There were some that were killed and shot. Some tried to throw. Some were living in half torn down tenements in Washington, and they tried to throw bricks and things, and they were shot. Most felt defeated. So if you think, can the United States military get involved in street life of America? Oh yeah. And Herbert Hoover, all he could do in the White House was stand there at the windows on the second floor, looking out at the fireball, the massive skyline of just fire, looking over towards Virginia, and his worst fears were realized. So I tell you, people do protest. People will demand government do something. Okay, it's happened before. It's going to happen again. So to my mind, January 6th was just a preview of coming attractions. They have restricted areas where public is allowed, but once public moves in mass, there's no stopping them. Whether you're Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania at a big public assembly in Bucharest, with hundreds of thousands of people that on a dime turn on you, and the next day they take you out to a courtyard and shoot you and your nasty wife the next day. Mobs can't be controlled. So I hope that little lesson in history, that little chapter, that little sad chapter of history, shows you what can happen when government feels threatened in its existence by a mob that's deemed to be unruly. Yeah, let's all everybody just state your opinion. Let's not argue about stuff. We're not, it was like a Tiananmen Square. We're not going to change anybody's minds in here. We're just here to have open discussion, that's all. You're on point with the protest. It was a trial run. Oh, well, thank you, Cherry. Thank you. I appreciate that. A little haggard from the work today. Didn't have time to put makeup on today, but thank you very much. People have been conditioned to protest. And if people have time on their hands and nothing to do, you better believe they'll be on the train, the plane, the car, and huge numbers will descend upon Washington. In that type of scenario, I don't want to look ahead into that scenario. I don't know. Yeah, thank you. You're going to love part 2 tomorrow, Terry. What do you think about Trump being reelected? A couple things. If he was running today, he would be elected in a landslide. But today is not November of 2023. Okay. Health. I don't know about health. Number 2, I'm not sure if he's not going to be indicted, which may itself bring a whole raft of protest. And you're taking the People's Champ out, and this is all a conspiracy. Especially when people start to feel rattled that their way of life is being threatened by potential job loss, diminished purchasing power, losses of homes. But we don't need to go down there. Like I say, things could miraculously change tomorrow and we're off to a bright new world. Yeah, nobody get upset over. Everybody's always welcome here. We're always going to have people that aren't going to agree with everything that we say. There's a lot of people that disagree with me. The boss and Janet don't come here because I don't think that they want to hear this kind of talk. But I have to address what I think is topical and important for people to know. Yeah, okay, Amanda. Take those doggies. Take that doggie out for a chooch. We have the old if you see something, say something. And I think everybody in this chat is wonderful. They're amazing people. We'll just understand we're not going to mesh together. All we have to worry about is what's going to happen. We don't have to say what brought us here. We just look ahead to what happened. Right? I mean, this is a place where I'm very proud that we have a real diversity of people that come in. Nobody gets kicked out. This is not a conservative or a liberal think tank where if you don't toe the line, your ass is out the door. Yes, we all have an opinion, and everybody's right to have an opinion will be respected. Thank you, Nicole. You're young. It's good that you have an interest. It's good that you have an interest to understand and hear a little bit about true American history and true history of protests in this country and what happens when people are up against it. Will men and women be as civilized as they were in 1932? People marveled that most of the veterans just packed up and left Washington, D.C. at the end of that vote. What did happen, they blamed on communist agitators, socialist agitators in the crowd. Yeah, thank you, Nino. Yeah, and if I could ask my moderators to take out these this idiotic bot here, and so we're always going to have an open chat because I don't have the answers, but I do know the questions to be asked. And if philosophy taught me one thing in the study of philosophy is don't be sure of yourself. Only through asking questions do we hope to get the answers. So I love everybody that comes into this chat. I don't care if you're the wildest liberal or the starkest conservative. I've never drawn a line. Yeah, thank you, Jerry. I've never drawn a line or tried to steer a chat towards this or that. Billy, I think that you'll express your opinion here. So don't play around with the chat. Okay? You will definitely express your opinions here. Yeah, opinions expressed freely without fear of retribution or being... yeah, that's all, Mouse Toes, that's all Billy's doing anyway, is just coming in. But if Billy wants to be that way, to try to be a disruptor of the chat because he has playing a long troll game and he's going to fail in his mission for it. And he knows it. Okay? My moderators are some of the most experienced people out there at reading people's intentions. Number one, are they new here? Number two, they're observed in the things that they chat about. Number three, they're observed in terms of the way they handle potential conflict with other people. Okay? You'll always be welcome here, but don't have the expectation that anybody's clamping down on your right to express an opinion. Sugar, how you doing, babe? We don't do that here. It's nice to see you, Sugar. I hope Pops is doing good. Yeah, it is. I love hearing others' opinions, Harold. We have close to 200 people that show up in here in the afternoon. They're not here for drama. This is not the drama community, so it's impressive to me that we can draw 200 people in here that care about what's going on in the world besides what somebody on a panel said about somebody else. Well, you can always do that rollback, Candy. It's nice to see you tonight, Candy. Always an honor. Yeah, we've had an interesting discussion tonight. The history of protest and organized protests and things like that. I think America is much more savage today than it was in 1932. I don't think a nation can endure a 25% unemployment rate like we had in 1932. is he gonna do? Oh, glad. Tell him I asked about him. Yeah. Thank you, Catherine. Thumbs up or appreciate it. One thing I can tell you going forward is if events unfold the way I expect them to, less people will give a fuck about the drama of social media, and they'll give much more a fuck about what's going on in the world. And our numbers here will continue to grow as it begins to impact their lives. Okay? Remember, we got a whole ship behind us that doesn't even know that we've struck an iceberg here. The party continues. Yeah, I'm glad to hear your dad's doing good, Sugar. That was just between me losing my dad and you losing your mom, and it was just a terrible, terrible thing. Value your dad. Where will they get their information? They always eventually drift over to places like this, Sir Josh. Because when the walls start closing in on people, they want to start to understand why. And they don't get those answers from a drama community. All right? What's up, Tio? Or the coin collecting community, or the hysterical community of foaming at the mouth right wing, or foaming at the mouth left wing. A central chat that talks about true and factual what happened in the past when people were faced with this situation. What did they do in history? Because only in those situations we get a clue to human behavior in the future, because human nature never changes. And if I don't miss my guess, people will be very interested in what's going on in the world around them. Well, what's going on with Russia's part of the whole theater of the absurd. Like I've said months ago, we have multi-ring circuses here. I think that when Russia achieves their aims of controlling the eastern part of Ukraine, it will henceforth just be Ukraine with guerrilla warfare, and the Russians will withdraw most of their forces. But as far as mending ties with the West, that's going to be very problematic from both sides. I don't think anybody's going to launch a nuke. I don't think that Putin's aim was ever to cut the head off of the Ukrainian government. I think it was to control eastern Ukraine and to just slipped out of my head. Control eastern Ukraine and keep Ukraine from joining NATO. Yeah, it's a good time to get a beer. My favorite time of night. Yeah, what time is it? Oh, wow, it's almost 8 o'clock. It is. Thank you, Harold. Another barn burner of a discussion tonight that's tremendous. Tell your friends, tell family, share it out on social media. And if you're not on my secondary TikTok channel, you should be. Because I put up stuff that all the time up there. Thank you, Sarah Kate. It is fun. It is fun time, honey. Woo! Beer 30. Yes, it is, Sarah Kate, and you helped make it so. Thank you, honey. Here's to good friends tonight, yes. And then tomorrow night when the sun goes down, we don't talk about this crap over the whole weekend. We put all that stuff aside. So I'm feeling like some good chooching this weekend. feel so good. I got this work done at home. Is this thing going off? What the hell? Hold on a minute. I might have missed the binga banga boingy. Let me see. If it doesn't go up, I want to thank you, Sarah Kate, for your continuing generosity and kindness. You've been you are a wonderful supporter. And thank you. I didn't have the widget on. Jesus saves. If you don't have a friend in the world, you can find one here. My favorite time of night. The next 2 hours are just glorious. And I want to thank my moderators too for being very understanding of what we're trying to build and grow here. I really, really appreciate that. My moderators are not fast on the trigger. Well, I think the big problem, they overestimated the support that they would get from the indigenous population, and I don't think they ever imagined the blowback that they would get from the rest of the world united so quickly in opposition. I'm going to have to reach into the wallet tonight. It's going to be another costly beer. Shit, I had like 3 people hit me up at one time, but the girl behind me asked first. I can't make every beer like a $6 beer. So, saying this thing is hot, I don't know. Is this thing hot? This thing's still on, isn't it? No, Ward, how you doing? We're not going to boot Billy. Only if Billy gets nasty or people get nasty. We don't have nasty people here. People aren't nasty here. As long as you're not cursing or flaming somebody or doxing somebody. We're pretty open to I know I love diversity of opinion. I love to hear, I've had people suggest to me, you should look at this or you should check out this person, and I have. I'm appreciative of that. Hey, how you doing? Who's that? Daily Vlogs? How you doing? Yeah, my heart just, I don't know. I can't give everybody money, but the first person that asked me, I gave it to the girl. I usually always give something if somebody asks me for something. Yeah, that's right, Jody. Well said. So thank you to my moderating team for keeping things well together and, nobody spun around the axle or anything like that. People leave the chat because they want to leave, not because they get kicked out. Take care, Flower Power. Hey, there's my girl. You've been missing almost a year. Same Rosie. See ya. Let me get set up here. I don't know if this cooler is gonna. Let me get this on the stick here. Good to see you again. Well, that's good. I'm still here. 8.5 years. I've only missed 4 days in 8.5 years. That's got to mean I'm either stupid or don't have a life. All right, let's see if this is going to run off of here. Let me see. Can I plug this into here? That's the $10,000 question. Let us see. I can't believe one of these batteries this plug's already gone bad on this thing. What level are we at? We're at 88%. I think we can do without the chargers and things right now. Come on, come off of there. There we go. All right. Oh, you're sweet, honey. Yay, Nino! Nino's gone back, and you probably watched 1,000 of my videos, Nino. She goes on Rosie binge watches. Ooh, that wind feels good. What a beautiful night. Yeah, take care, Flower Power. Blessings. Yep. 4 days in 8.5 years. Because I love it. Wow, it's getting windy now. Woo! We didn't get that. Oh. Get in the office tonight. Yay! Ooh. Yeah, it's been a great ride, Nina. I think the best is yet to come. Oh, what a comfortable night. What the hell's that in the corner? What the hell is that? Nice to see Amanda from Alabama. Yeah, the first is always the best. Interesting one voter. In the country, you need to have faith in your institutions. You need to have your faith in your executive branch, your legislative branch, and your judicial branch. And when people start to pre-decide that somebody's not going to get a fair trial, or the Supreme Court's not going to be fair, that's a tough day. Right now I'm just enjoying the beautiful breezes. Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Hey, June. How you doing, sweetie? That was a hell of a day. I think it's going to be interesting if things get tougher economically, what people will protest that the government should have done that it didn't. They had stimulus, they had enhanced payroll protection, they had the Paycheck Protection Program for employers, didn't have to repay loans. It's like you would say, well, what did you want us to do? Oh, it's beautiful weather. Well, we can certainly all hope for better days. Yeah, I did, Billy. I found a silver $50. I found the 2 big Australian cents. I have a video. Just put metal detecting the Rancho in the search box. It should come up. That was an exciting day. Oh, I don't know, June. I'm an old bat. You're the gorgeous one, honey. I think, Harold, whatever party comes in is going to have a very, very difficult set of problems, of which there's very limited palatable solutions. So I think we've reached the point where it doesn't even matter. Because if the Republicans were running the show, I don't know what they would do differently. I mean, oil and gas is one obvious thing that I actually think that actually things have moved beyond parties now, where it points up the failure of democracy. That you can't accept unpalatable choices. But I do know the beer is cold. Oh, that breeze feels so good. The golden hour is upon us. I think that other battery pack already failed. Sadly. Yeah, I could have been in Vegas today, huh? Do 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 do, bright light shining, gonna set my soul and my soul on fire. Do 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 do, set my own. Carrie Lamb says Hong Kong hasn't become just another Chinese city. Bullshit. Do 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 do. You see, tonight China is up. Interesting. Ooh, 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 Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva, Viva Las Vegas. Do, do, do. Give me that damn cryptocurrency, you mofo. You mofo. You mofo. Hello, Ontario lady. That beer was deliscable. Hello, Empty Glass. Welcome to the chat. Oh, pardon me. I'm just sitting here enjoying the view and just chilling out. Just watching the buses roll by. I guess I'm having peas in that other filet tonight that I thawed out. Been another great discussion tonight. Tomorrow I'm gonna just keep my ass in bed and just chill out. I got all that work done so I can focus on post-surgery. Man, that guy came around that corner hard. I think the buses run till about 11 o'clock at night, Sarah. I think you'll like tomorrow's, June. I actually did 4 projects. Surgery and recovery time. The surgery is going to take about a half hour. That's with a minor bikini tuck revision and stapling of the rib. And I'll be out and about the next day. I won't be showing it. Last time I showed my, people go, oh my God, your garment is bloody, blah blah blah. So, I'm going to keep it very low key. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. I still have pain 6 months later. I can't lay flat. I'm lucky I have 2 doctors, same practice group, that willing to, I have one one surgery cost for the facility is split between 2 doctors. That's like a dream. That's like a dream. But I have to wear that garment for a couple weeks or so. I got Tara coming up. That's exciting in July. That's going to be fun. Really looking forward to seeing her. We'll have a blast. By that time, we should be full into the canning season, and that's going to be fun. Mouse toes. Oh, well, Liz, you're sweet, honey. Good to see you, sweetie. Hope everything is good with you. Yang yang toe, toe toe. Anybody want to go on a cruise? Yeah, mouse toes, exactly. I think the first thing I'm going to be canning is peaches. That should be easy, right? I got like 6 dozen canning jars. And I got like hundreds of lids. And seals, the lid tops, rings, and all that shit. Do do do. Yep. Mousto, did you ever can peaches? I don't know. Canning them, you got to use them too. Let's see. A friend begged me to call. Over pressure gauge, vent tube. I have a really good Presto big size thing, and I have the grabber that pulls the things out. I'm gonna do things the mouse toes way. Last time I didn't have enough confidence in my sauce to. I kept it under refrigeration, which was good for months and months and months and months and months. This time I wanted shelf stable when I do my tomatoes. And I'm going to go out and buy a whole shitload of tomatoes to supplement what I picked, because they should be cheap as hell. I guess. I don't know. I could be wrong. Oing, oing, oing. Doing, doing, doing. Hello, Cheryl S. Hello, Mrs. Loebner. So they... Oh, I don't know, Sarah Kate. I didn't have any problem with the, you know, bikini tuck was easy. Like bride lads, got him. Okay, Nino. Bikini tuck is not like a tummy tuck. It's much simpler. Plus, I have a very high tolerance for pain and gruesomeness and all that, so it's all done under a local snap bang. Put the pressure garment on and you're good to go. I should be back in action the next day. I'll take it easy, but I'm not going to miss a day telling people what's going on. But I'm not going to highlight it. No, look at my bloody garment, and all that shit. You've been going on dates? Awesome! So you're not sweet on me anymore, Liz? Your sugar mama? I think tomorrow I'm going to get some sunshine. Tomorrow's supposed to be 100. Woo! I canned 86 quarts of creamed green beans. Not one green was not eaten. Oh, that's good, Judy. Yeah, I need to have more storage. You know, my house is very small. So, you know, I'm already stocked up on a shitload of food. I don't know if I could do that many green beans. Tomatoes, I can always make something happen out of tomatoes. Like last time I made red sauce, which was tremendous. Oh no, atmospheric river again. They were talking about how the strawberry crop was destroyed in BC, Cheryl. Because there's just too much water, too much rot. Guy was showing his strawberry farm on TikTok, and it was just like he never got a chance to dry out, and he had just too much rot. The berries were like weird looking. But I didn't know if BC's a big berry producer anyway. I don't know. I'm growing tons of green beans, blanch and freezing. That's cool. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's cool, Super. Yeah, I'm not that big of a fan of green beans, so I do love peas. But peas are a pain in the ass to shell peas and all that. When I get the big homestead going in a couple years, that's going to be a whole 100 feet of just beans, right? Nice, Sarah. I love peas. I'm going to have 3 rows of corn. They're going to be with height, right? 1 or 2 rows of tomatoes, cucumbers, you know, the whole shamil. Texas had some amazing. Oh, that's nice. We had some decent strawberries out here in California, but the season's very short. I got too much sun today. Ooh, you'll see tomorrow. I worked my ass off again today. Inca doing. Do 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 do. No, I haven't had any work done on my face, sweetie. No. No. What you see is the old broad. That's it. Now, I did say if you have any fat that you can render while you're doing your tucked, and just blow it into my face if you have it. He said, I don't know. You don't have a lot of meat on you. No, I'm not beautiful, but I don't have a lot of meat. I'm pretty athletic, so I don't have a lot of meat on me. I mean, I've got a solid build, big boned. Sage comes back. I'd like to can corn. I love corn. I put like 4 rows of corn in, but I need to invest in like 1,000-gallon water storage operation. So in winter time, I can pump those sons of bitches full of the rain, and then have it supplement my. That's gonna cost a few $1,000, but that'll really turn that into a homestead farm. Do do do. Hello. How are you tonight?
What time is it?
Nighttime.
It's what?
Nighttime.
Oh.
What time is it? Is if you care what to... Yeah, I've never been much on sunflowers, Shimei, you know. It's got to be a good cash crop. I like a good row of carrots and cute grin, yeah. My toothy West Virginia grin. What time is it? It's nighttime. Dude, why are you here? What do you need? What do you need, man? What do you need? What do you want from me? Yeah, he's still looking. He was hot for teacher. Yeah, well, let's get moving. This guy's creeping me out here. Let's get this, in case something happens to me at the camera. Boing, ding, ding. Do 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 do. I can't go. I don't need a date tonight. Hey honey, how about a BJ? I've got $20 for you. Keep walking, baby. Need no freaking lowlife. I gotta get some damn dinner. I worked my ass off today. Yeah, it was harmless. I didn't, I just stunned the guy. He heard my voice. He was like, whoa. Looks like a chick butt. Ooh. Well, thank you, P. Carver. Billy, don't be a hero. Don't be a slob for your life. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, they're always taking back the boys. I open my mouth, it's like, whoa, whoa. She looked like, ooh, nice fun tonight, and then kaboom. Ooh, let's check our battery levels. We are at 68%, which is pretty good. I'm disappointed. It's like I already have a battery that already failed. It looks like. Good night, Catherine. Don't just walk across the street, honey. Make sure people stop. It's a good way to get killed. I never trust a walk sign. Beans would be good. That's a lot of work though. Yeah, you gotta, I try to break people to habit. Honey, don't just start walking across the street because you push that button. There's a lot of idiotic people that will just keep rolling right over top of you. That's way too much confidence in these drivers this time. Way too much confidence. I'm gonna have to go back and see if I can find my Best Buy charge thing. I hope I charge those 2 battery packs at Best Buy. Come on, dude. Really? Turn signal, idiot. What the hell does this say? Lost dog. Felipe is lost. Boss, Felipe is gone. Nice, Billy. Good meal. I'm gonna have some peas and this other filet tonight. I always tell people when you're crossing the street, don't count on just pushing that button and don't just walk out. Are you kidding me? This is a major ass city here. You gonna step out like that? It was a little chihuahua. Hi, Chihuahua. Mexicans always have Chihuahuas. I like me Chihuahua. Me gusto Chihuahua. Hola, Señorita Rosy. ¿Cómo estás? Back on the rancho, baby. Big, beautiful rancho. I like to pull it in tight so nobody's gonna grab my freaking catalytic converter. That's $800 I don't need to spend. Ugh. more gear here. Damn thing. No, but you know, people get killed, they assume. Let me put this back in the holder here without stopping the hangout. We did this before and totally shut shit down one night. See, we got it pretty good this time. Crush that on there. There we go. Okay, we're back on the stick. Don't be a dick. This one I think we can leave in the car. With the cooler. As Arnold Schwarzenegger would say, a cooler. Look in the cooler. Let's get this one in. All I do is buy cords. God. You're a daily live streamer. You chew through equipment like you wouldn't believe. Look at that beautiful lawn. Woo! Pay $100 for this company to check my backflow device on my water lines because I have a well. Let's see what we're going to take outside. Let's get going. Yeah, it's getting there. Wait to check out tomorrow's video. I did 4 more projects today. Why does this chair keep falling over? Oh, God, Karen, look at this pole. Really? Bird, you couldn't notice this thing was falling down? Fuck me. This guy's just oblivious. Alright. Yeah, but a pet's incompatible with travel. I'm not gonna haul a pet around with me and subject the pet to being in a van and paying $30, $40, $50 extra to be in a motel room. Shit, the whole thing came down. Captain Oblivious. Yeah, it's not fair to the pet, you know? baby's gonna leak like a sieve come winter time. Yeah, I can't believe this shitty battery pack has already gone bad. You can't use the big, can't use that end anymore. Fucking disappointing. What's really remarkable is beer prices haven't gone up. We'll let that filet warm up a bit. That, my friends, is a beautiful thing. I see no, I can go. Do 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 do. Getting back in the groove of all my Chinese songs. Why isn't this? Oh shit! I got the wrong one plugged in. I think one. Alright, let's see if that works now. Let's get this on. Tomorrow be Friday. All right, there we go. Oh, thank you, Jerry. You know, what was it, 120 bucks? We just get another one. Now I know how to keep it up. I think actually you could keep repairing and keep this thing going indefinitely as long as a redwood tree didn't come down on top of it and crush us all. I think we'd be okay. Hard to believe we've been 6 months out here. Every night. Hey, Starbeam. Through wind and rain, and probably a really heavy rain would bring it down. It would bust it all up. Who knows? Just tell her to chew on the other side. Ooh, thumbs up are appreciated. Let's hit that thumbs up button, guys. We're usually around 200. We're way under tonight. Thumbs up are appreciated. Icy bone. Oh, she only has no teeth. How about side teeth? I guess you could buy a bag of Milky Ways, right? Do do do. La da da. Jen. Jen, you're too much. Jen, we voted you the scariest moderator last night. We had them ranked in order. In other words, the one you don't want to mess with, the one you don't want to have a problem with. We put you at the head of the class. Odds and honor, not scary, but just, you know, you don't want to tangle with in a negative way, that's all. Do do do. P2E. How's everything in Pennsylvania, my friend? Jen's like a tiger. I wish I could bottle this evening weather at the blue hour here and just keep this, preserve this. It's 8:49, it's almost 9 o'clock and it's still so light outside. It's so beautiful. So nice. Make sure to check out tomorrow's video, a lot of work. Mashed potatoes and gravy, yes. Oh, that's right, South Jersey. Okay, good, okay. Amanda says, there's only one mod who scares me, Drill. I've been seeing stringers of news. Love it. Seeing you fight the cops and tow truckers the other day while filming the wreck was great. That's where I cut my teeth on Chooching. The cop was cool. The tow truck driver tried to be a dick, but I kept things cool. I just matter-of-factly said, you know, I have the right to film on a public street, so, right? I like to keep things on a down low so as not to inflame everybody. And, you know, of course, the cop's bored, so he's going to come over. Yeah, can I help you? Do, 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 do. I like oatmeal. Yeah, I went involved in that TO all the way back to Petaluma and the protests, and that's how SGTV picked up on me, and you know, they do all that stuff. I couldn't do that on the daily. Like, go to a post office and just keep filming, and then they're going to call the cops, and sometime you're going to get arrested, and excuse me. And I'm not cut out to be a First Amendment auditor. If I'm on the streets, I'll hold my ground, but, you know, walking into a federal building or something, yeah, I just feel like they do it for content, Cheryl, not to prove a point, but just to be kind of harassing. I hate to say that. Oh, I don't know, Judy. Yeah, I don't want to go out and just set up scenarios that are going to be confrontational. I just think it's natural if I'm on the street and then like a tow truck driver starts to break bad with me and the cop is bored, then I don't feel like I feel like I'm just upholding my rights. And then it's, you know, I don't think my Chad has a problem with it. I don't think the cops, the tow truck driver didn't understand. You know, he gave me a mean look, but, you know, I don't have any reason to turn the camera away. But as far as going into a post office or being, I'm just not comfortable in that situation. And it tends to attract people that are just, you know, they tend to be cop haters and stuff. And I'm not a cop hater. Do, 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 do. I'm just not built that way. Where Karens get owned, yes. Oh, thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, sweetie. And welcome to the chat tonight. Well, Jen. I don't like too thick of an oatmeal. I like it kind of in the middle, but I do enjoy oatmeal tremendously with a little brown sugar and raisins on it. It's a great way to start the day. Sometimes it overheats me in the morning, like I'll be sweating after I ate. Like it's going to be a hot day. Joni, I visited the walled city of Kowloon about a year before they took it down. It was one of the scariest fucking places I ever went into in my life, because you walk through those entrances and it's a whole another country. And a whole lot of bad shit in there. That was the most densely populated square mile on Earth. Do 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 do. I always say thank God for cops. Yeah, you're gonna get some bad winds, but most of them are gonna be just trying to get home at the end of the night. Yeah, I like oatmeal too. I do enjoy it. Yeah, instant karma videos, Billy. Cheryl, would you say that the weather's unusual for this time of year, or would you say it's pretty much a normal BC? Look at all the cuts I got on me. A normal BC spring. Hey Jeffrey, how are you? Hi, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's always guaranteed to put a smile on my face. A little weathered than usual. Okay. I would say we're right on about an average. It's been windier down here than most springs that I can remember. But it's delightful once the wind goes away at nighttime, then it's delightful. Like this time of the day is besides laying out and getting sun, this time of day is my favorite part of the day. The blue hour. Yep, thumbs up are appreciated, guys. We always open with great, pretty serious discussion, and then just chill out. April here was raining every day. See, cool. I was scraping frost off my windshield. Yeah, I know that some places had snow into early June. The only thing I've noticed is that it's windier here. I mean, it's been windier. Am I going to China? I hope so, Patricia. I would like to board a flight from San Francisco and Cathay Pacific or something and head to Hong Kong. But I'm not going to put up in a hotel for a week. Yeah, P. Carver, look at the ship tracking site and then look at the lack of shipping to the United States from China. Oh, yeah, this is the Q-tip one. Thank you, Dave. I could have been in Vegas tonight. Good night, Julie. Have a great day tomorrow. I love Fridays. I'm going to have to work some of my jobs tomorrow. No, I was going to go down Mind Blower today. You know, I had somebody that was going to sponsor, and then that kind of fell through. And looking at the pricing, I'm going to wait till like early July or something like that. The pricing goes really far down. I don't mind the heat at all. But I think right now I got to focus on little trips here. Like I want to do the cheese. I want to go visit a few cheese manufactories and some other stuff around here and get some content. I want to start on the Magnavox. Unfortunately, Sam's Technical Bulletins, my big supplier of shop manuals, said we don't have that one for that unit. So I'm pretty much going to just be going on my own repair. No, I get cooling winds here. No, I don't want to go on a cargo ship to China. I just want to get on a plane, go my 14 hours or whatever, and just bam, land at Hong Kong airport, take the the train right into Central, and there we go. That's good, Billy. Yeah, I could go up to Humboldt, but Bird knows he's got to pay for the gas, and he's got to drive on the way back, so it's up to him. He knows it's like $100 each way. Now, he's getting a beautiful deal on rent here, but still, I'm not paying the gas. We have a sponsor that may pay for the hotel, but it's never a sure thing. And you don't ask the sponsor, hey, could you put me in the Bellagio? And the sponsor's like, I like you in the lowest level places. That's the fun. If we put you in the Bellagio, what the hell fun would that be, right? I get it. Actually, cargo ships have pretty decent accommodations. Yeah, hustle up some cash. Well, I'm not going to bullshit you guys. If it's not in the budget, I just, I'm building up the travel fund, but it is what it is. So it's not going anywhere. In fact, the more time goes by, the more interesting it'll be. I don't care about the heat of summer. I still bring the content 110, 115 degrees. I could care less. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There's nothing like Naked City when it's 110 degrees. You got to be realistic about stuff. And you got to be grateful. Oh, not the end of the world. You don't go do a GoFundMe. I'd never do a GoFundMe, Billy. Never. Ever, 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 ever. Yes, I'm going to do Oakland. Absolutely, Tio. I want to go back on International Boulevard so bad. And I want to have something to eat in Chinatown. Maybe we'll see Handsome Robert again. I don't know. But I got to really watch my ass. It's been 3 years since we did Oakland, and 3 years has been a world away from the way it was. It was already pretty damn bad. Oh, thank you, Pete Carver. I'm never going to have memberships. I'm never going to have a GoFundMe. I'm never going to have a Patreon, okay? Whatever I get in the way of support is what I get. Woo, hot in here. And believe me, I'm grateful for the support that I get. It has really been broadening out the last few months, which is wonderful. Yeah, cargo ships have a certain number of rooms that are available for if people want to book passes. I don't know, given the pandemic, why don't you want to do any of those? Because I don't know. I want my channel to always be totally voluntary. Right? If somebody wants to support me, which people do, I put it in the travel fund. So I'm just not comfortable leveraging myself just for money, you know what I mean? God gave me 2 hands and the ability to work like a dog, so chocolate boost pudding, and she likes it. Why are they that expensive? Oh, Boost, because they're Boost. That's why. No, I don't want money thrown at me by strangers. Yay, Judy! I love that area. I would love to go to China when it's fully opened and I can get a visa. But Hong Kong is enough for a first trip. I mean, believe me, you see Hong Kong, you just can't believe it. You go up to Victoria Peak, you go on the Star Ferry, you go over to Kowloon, Mongkok. So many cool places there. Repulse Bay, Xiaolong Wan. I don't know, Patricia. I've never really been comfortable with the idea. I know I could do thousands of dollars a month or whatever, but I'm not built that way. Yeah, I don't want to go to Brazil. I prefer to go to Argentina. I'd like to go to Japan, Billy. Once I'm over there, I have the freedom to kind of change, put the itinerary one. But man, it's money. It's, you just. I have a huge monthly health insurance bill. I mean, I'm kind of limited. But I'm not complaining. I'm grateful. I'm happy. I'm satisfied. People have said you cut up your nose to spite your face. I understand that. I'm just built to have a totally voluntary channel, and if you build it, they will come. Plenty of people that support. Am I grateful? 1001%. I can also keep my head up high because I work. Yeah, I'm never going to be that person, Rhoda. My first duty is to be a worker. Once I'm 65 and can get the Medicare, then that's a different story. If people want to help, they can. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I didn't come on YouTube for the money. I do love what I do on the daily, yeah. And I got about 12 more months, and then it's a whole different ballgame. It's been 8.5 years of great enjoyment. And I wouldn't change one damn thing in the whole setup. I can tell you this though, if I ever ran into a problem, let's imagine I broke down in the middle of somewhere and needed help, my chat would come for me like a cavalry. That's my ace in the hole. If I needed something and I asked the chat for it, I don't have a moment's hesitation that they would come through for me like the freaking cavalry coming over the hill. That's a nice feeling. Have I ever filmed in China and Japan? No, Nino. When I was there, there was no social media. Yeah, I'm not going to do Medicare Advantage and all that shit. That is a nice ace in the hole. Guys, I'm in trouble. I need a hotel room, or I need some money for gas or some repair. My chat would be there in a damn heartbeat. But do you think that's there to be abused? No. The first thing they want to do is, what are you doing to help yourself? Well, I'm working 3 jobs. Okay, good. Yeah, I know you would, Vern, and I know Dave, I know everybody. Right? That's called your ace in the hole. That's called the card you never want to play. You don't want to lie, and you don't want to play. That way you build respect. I've asked people month after month, the level of support has been gradually broadening out, and it's wonderful. Yeah, that's good. I was going to Vegas to bring some more content, and I backed out because I looked at the hotel pricing. My person that was going to sponsor me said I can't swing it. I said that's fine, I'm grateful anyway. And I just said, you know what, it's not practical at this time. Yeah, I've driven across Bonneville, yeah. Going into Wendover, Nevada. Yep. Wendover and, yep. Talk to Cobra John. He's actually taken vehicles out there. So Patricia, I can't put myself into debt for just a lark. I have a travel fund. People donate. Hey, you know, put this towards your travels. Here's dinner. Here's coffee. I'm grateful. But I'm not going to come out and say, here's what I want to do, and you guys have to cover it. It's not. I wasn't raised that way. It's just, I'm in a different era. I'm a different generation. I don't like to be beholden to anybody. If something comes in, it's wonderful. Yeah, beer fun. Here's dinner. Have breakfast tomorrow. Have a good time. Here's the tank of gas. I mean, what more do you want? I'm not a person that money was ever a huge driver in my life. I'm more into intellectual pursuits and all that. I mean, Hong Kong is definitely an unbelievable place, but it ain't going anywhere. You know, Patricia, you've done plenty for me over the time. I could, you know, if you never did anything again for me, you'd still be wonderful. I just want to go to Hong Kong and sing Cantonese opera. That's all. Yo may yao, cho bai hong, yao chi lai de kan ho. I miss the food. I like to communicate in Chinese on the streets. Yeah. Thank you, Amanda. I don't know if they have a huge neon cowboy. When you come across the, when you leave, when you're going across, you pass the Great Salt Lake and you're just on I-80 going west for mile after mile with not a damn thing out there. And then you go about 250 miles or so and then you see the bright lights of Wendover, Nevada. I can't remember if they have a cowboy there or not, but there are casinos. I made a couple wrong turns in that town and a few things, but no big deal. There's not a lot of history there. Maybe there is. Yo me yo. Honor Sharon Sheridan tonight. Yo me yo. Oh. We want to get some oil on here. It's supposed to be organic, I don't know. We're going to have a one-pan wonder. We're going to have our peas in here once we get a good purchase on this steak. Oh. Do. I've only really ever gassed up in Wendover. I've never really stopped there and done anything. Cheryl S. likes it when I sing my Cantonese songs. Guangdong Hua. Oh, I love to hear that sear, baby. That sear of joy juice. That's it. So I'm very blessed on YouTube, trust me. I'll never get jealous of anybody. I feel very happy. Eat and gamble. Well, there's some like weird, like Native American places up there. Yo me yo. Really big ass load of peas tonight. Cheryl S. says they won't hurt you, Rosie. Load up. Ooh, I think I'm going to lay out and get some sun tomorrow. Here comes the wind. Do 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 do. What that be? Yo me yo. Yao chi cho chăm tách tu yo che yao do 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 pepper that baby up. And always salt your peas a little bit. That's okay. Oh, that breeze feels good. Good night, Nino. Thank you. Yeah, I want to be down in Vegas in a pool. Yeah, it's gonna be a great trip there. I gotta get lined up. Well, Shimei, that cooler has certainly been a success. Thank you very much for that. That has definitely kept us in the game. That has been excellent day. Hey Amelia, how you doing? 47 degrees. Wow. Thank you, Shimei. That has worked beautifully, that cooler. I don't even have to take off the plastic case. That's a nice thing. You may yo. I'm so happy about that. That's been like that's what you call a game changer. When you have that thing, that is a game changer. That worked out beautiful. That's the kind of kindness, it's not just money, that's the kind of kindness that really enhances the quality of what you do on YouTube. That I think is just wonderful. Don't make y'all. Must be nice. Cheryl hears all that Cantonese around Vancouver. I'm going to name one. Joke time. I'm going to name one. Do do do. La da do. Thinking about my favorite Shimei-ism of all time. We were talking about taxes, and Shimei's like, I pay more in taxes than the average person makes in a year. It's like, oh God, that's awesome, man. Ah, shit, that was funny. Do do do. That's what we call a Shimei-ism there. Oh man, you think I'm skinny? Thank you. I still got plenty of meat. I've actually been on keto since November, keto light. And I've really taken to it and quite enjoyed it. It's helped my digestion, all that. Yeah, there's Joey D. He's been another wonderful supporter. I'm gonna be like, who's that goof from Turkey? Something Bay or something. Put my butter in. What's his name, Cheryl? That guy from Turkey. The drop Salt Bay, that's it. Salt Bay, like really? Cheryl's like, yes, Rosie, I'm going to go do that in Vegas. I'm going to have Salt Bay do that at my table. Ah, you gotta love it. Man, the here tonight. The little bastards are all here. Looking for their food. See, Blackbird, they're never going to let you near them. I don't care if you feed them for a year, they're still going to be running.
But I should get another cat.
No more cats. No cats.
Baby shadow.
Do. Yappy go. Yappa do. Salt Bay. She'll be like, oh, I can't wait to get down there, Rosie, and have Salt Bay do that on my tomahawk steak. Yes. Yes. Oh, thank you, Vern. That's very sweet. Very sweet of you, Vern. Probably too much peas, but they ain't gonna hurt me. Yummy though. Time to commence to eating. Yeah, well, I don't know how they run shit in Saudi Arabia. I have no idea. Ooh. Yep, enough peas for a small village. Yep. I love peas, and the price is really good at Grocery Outlet. By the way, we got shopping night tomorrow night. Ooh. We got shopping tomorrow night. Let's pull that out. Do 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 do. Yummy home. Oh, I think they'll love to put Gavin Newsom on a ticket. Absolutely. They put him on a ticket, it automatically guarantees California's 54 electoral votes. Protein is a filet. And the ladies be, oh, I never knew Gavin was so handsome. Do, do. Sherry's pretty quiet tonight. Yeah, it's a pretty low temperature, about 130 degrees internal. Filet something you really don't want to cook too much. This is bacon wrapped. I don't know if he was married. Kimberly Guilfoyle, I think, was his girlfriend. I don't know. You were younger, the history, we were there to play. Yeah, we know the history, Judy. And what we don't know, we studied the hell out of it. You look at the kids today have no concept of history. Yeah, she ended up being a very right-wing conservative. Yeah, well, she got her clock clean, Billy, and Apple calls. She didn't really make it anyway. She has an investment advisor that runs her portfolio. Meat is about gone, Patricia. Kimberly Guilfoyle. It was a very delicious filet tonight. Jackass was funny. I liked the first movie. I was watching that with the boss and Janet. My sides hurt so bad from laughing, I thought I was going to have to be hospitalized. I mean, who in the hell knows who the lieutenant governor is in the state? I don't know. Yes, she did. I would say so far, Billy, her call option position is not working out. Hello, Diane. Oh, I'll be fine, Jeffrey. Pain in me or no strain. It can't be any worse than what I went through in December. Yeah, DUI is a little tough. That I can't quite wrap my head around. Why is that, Patricia? Patricia, I can't even lay flat. Oh, wow, Jamie, how cool. You better run the other way, Diane. Hey Jen, been working crazy hours, huh? I worked my ass off today. You'll see tomorrow. Yeah, I wouldn't even begin to attempt the shit that Jackass does on there. I mean, I laughed my ass off. But hell, I'd never do that. Be on a seesaw with bulls in the ring. Imagine being on a seesaw and they let the bulls into the No, Patricia. I've got it covered. Oh, man. Oh. Oh. Sticker bushed. I've got the free cheese, man. I had to go stand in line. My mother's like, what are you doing here? They're giving free cheese away. Government cheese. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah. The hell, these cats are running around. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's Mark's boyfriend.
No, what I did today over here.
Oh, the baby tree.
Yeah,
Oh, wow, that's wonderful.
I finally took care of it. And I fixed that leak in the back too.
Yeah, the birds love to come here.
I dug my ass off today over
That's
here.
awesome.
Oh, they were giving. I don't know what they would do with it, Jen, for those $4 for those blocks. I would have sold it. I didn't like that. Oh, I'm sore as hell, Diane. I am sore as can be. Yeah, thank you, Rhonda. Yeah, nice to have the natural hair on. Thank you, sweetie. Appreciate that. Working with, you'll see on the video tomorrow. Well, Amanda, we weren't born to the purple, honey. Do, do, do. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yummy yow, yummy yow. Do 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 do. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, I don't know what a pizza shop would do with that. I couldn't stand like Velveeta on a pizza. That would be like a non-starter. Yeah, I'm gonna get more color tomorrow. I color up quickly in spring and summer. I have no idea, M. Wall, where the cats do their business. Do do do. I don't know. That's probably what killed cheese for me. No shit. There was no such thing as nachos then. Ooh 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 ooh. There literally was no such thing as nachos then. Ooh. Hey, Abby, how are you? Evie. Do do do. Cats crapped all over your yard, huh? Do do. Yeah, we enjoyed your grocery store trip. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, I guess that's that. I'm waiting for the punchline.
You undo plenty.
What do you think, Cheryl? My hands aren't touching anything, by the way, so don't. I guess that answered that question. I'm the queen of void. Oh shit. Oh. Do 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 do. That's Carlos Martinez. Do do do. Oh, thank you, Jamie. I appreciate that. I think you'll enjoy tomorrow morning's video. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Lotta. Yeah, I don't know where Black Hawk is. I got no idea just yet. But enjoy yourself. Good night, June. Good night. I had a wonderful fillet and I had a load of peas. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with Blackheart. I'm embarrassed to say. Oh, okay. I've been to Cripple Creek. I gambled at Cripple Creek. I think I played a card game there one time. Yeah, that was a good dinner, Bliss. It was wonderful. Ooh, good night, Jeffrey. Thank you, sweetie. Love you. Well, Patricia, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still sitting here. I'm enjoying perfect temperature. It's probably about 83 degrees. Got lots of trolls on my channel comments. Well, it's not lots of trolls. It's only one, Diane. Don't ever think that's the game that Vlogger Puppet plays. He opens up 10 different browsers on 5 different computers, and you'll think it's a lot of. It's only one person. Oh, yeah, it was hot. Tomorrow's going to be hotter. I'm going to lay out a little bit in the morning. Yeah, I think so, Bliss. I'm not rushing that. I just think it's a possibility. I could be very wrong. All right. Yeah, I used to think it was a lot of trolls, but they all showed up at the same time. How could that be? There was one person with like 10 different browser windows. The next stadium decorating is going to be this weekend. Diane gave some stuff. Sharon Sheridan sent some stuff, so we're putting it up. Yep, decoration. That's gonna be it. Ooh, 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 ooh. No, Billy, I'm saying there's only one person that ever cared enough on here to troll like that. And he was caught having 5 different computers. He used to play poker online and cheat people. And that video surfaced of that, and then we knew that the guy was just, when YouTube was early, he created, when you didn't have to worry, but you could create like 500 channels and you didn't need a Gmail, and that's what he did. And he set himself up to be an interrupter. And, you know, it took a while to figure it out, but once I figured it out, he didn't come anywhere near again. That was the end of the line. He's just an idiot and old, and the guy looks like he's mostly dead now anyway, so. Oh, I'm fine, P. Carver. I get plenty dark. Plenty dark. There we go, Shemay. Yeah, be careful. They never, you know, be careful of stuff that says it's from PayPal, and I'll never respond to that shit. Just log into your PayPal and your true message will be there, if any, which it won't be. Ooh, doo, 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 doo. Yeah, thank you, Jen. Let's get those thumbs up tonight. Grocery shopping tomorrow night, yes. That little prick tried to bite me. Ooh, 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 ooh. I have Spanish in me too, so. Do, 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 do. Yeah, he looks like his decrepit puppets. It's kind of sad. He really, do, 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 do. Yeah, grocery shopping will be good. I don't need a lot of stuff, but it'll be fun. Nuts. Yeah, mortgage lifters. Janet grew them one year. They were fantastic. They were fantastic. Just never click a link. Plus the programs at Google and Gmail, they're so good at identifying spam and stuff. Hey, there's Vlogger Puppet. How you doing? Seven Moose. How are you? All kind of that. And the grandfather and grandson get all killed by a fugitive. Yeah. What are the chances? Terrible. Terrible. Do, 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 do. Wow, you don't eat spaghetti, Ms. Lulu? I love spaghetti, linguine. I love all that. Well, thank you, Vicky. It's what's up front that counts, right? Well, Miss Lulu, I can't believe you don't eat spaghetti. Wow, I love that. I love to twirl it and eat it. Nice. You and Jen. Jen doesn't like pasta either, spaghetti. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, the rosy shake. I've never seen cheese covered worms. I don't know. They do a nice rendition of grasshoppers in China, though. They're good. I'd eat them. Put some hot Sichuan peppers and fry them up. Do do do. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. We got 4.5 hours. I don't think I'm going to have another beer. 2 beers was plenty tonight. So I'm going to tell you guys good night. Make sure to check the video that will be rolling about 4 a.m. on the East Coast tomorrow. And yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, you have to have cricket protein and all that. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. When you see the video tomorrow, you'll be like, how in the hell? Then you'll be like, never mind. Good night, Morning Dove. Good night, Billy. Good night, Ed. Good night, Patricia. Just Jen, to my wonderful moderators that are here. Thank you, Shimei. Thank you, Jody. Thank you, Cheryl. Just Jen, nice to see you. Ms. Lulu, always an honor to see you. And yeah, Angus Kisses. Good night. Check them out. P. Carver. Make sure to give a follow on my second TikTok, which is more in tune to what's going on. So, good night, Molly. Thank you. Yep, metal detecting coming up. Take care, everybody. Do, 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 do.